Okay, good evening, everyone. Again, I am a little bit spooky here. Uh, and we are going to stream our final show of the Perseid Meteor Shower. This has gone pretty well the past few times we've done it. Our most recent stream, we saw a lot of meteors. We posted those on Facebook, the results. Similar to those previous streams, we're going to follow a similar procedure. You can actually look for the instructions in the video description. But the basic premise is that if you see a meteor, let us know the frame number you saw it on, and I'll be able to point out the frame number in just a second when I switch to the camera. Um, you'll be able to point out the frame number, roughly where it was in the field of view, and then we can work together to find it and see what you saw. Because it, this way we're working as a group, a collective group, to find as many meteors as possible. Because I know in my case I'll be bouncing around to different parts of my laptop here and looking at the chat log and whatnot. So I won't be able to keep my eyes fixed on the stream. So I'll need your help to pinpoint some meteors. And again, we can go through those instructions in just a bit. I don't want to delay much longer. I want to get at least the camera going, and then I can chat some more. So let's go ahead and switch over to the ZWO. There it is. There's our 180-degree field of view of the sky. So we see just about everything you would see if you were up here in person. Now, what I would like to do... I would like to adjust, because last time we didn't have the tower pointing straight up and down, and I kind of want to do that this time. So the tower is pointing straight up from the bottom of the screen. So let's see, if I want to, I need to rotate it. Should need to rotate it clockwise, right? No, counterclockwise. Yeah. Okay. All right, let me go turn the camera around a little bit, and then I'll stop touching the camera from that point on. I'm going to bring my flashlight out so I can see. It's going to be a little overexposed for a second because I was shining my flashlight on it. Yeah. That looks good. All right. Good stuff. Flashlight down, and scooch my chair forward a little here. There. And let's look out for some meteors. I'm hoping tonight puts on a decent show. I wish we had the opportunity to stream during the peak. However, the weather just didn't hold up for us, and it didn't make much sense to do it that night. So this will probably be our final stream for the Perseids. Not that you won't be able to see them in your area for a little while yet throughout August. There'll still be plenty of opportunities, but this is probably one of the last peak moments, at least for us here, because again, the weather isn't looking super great in the next few days. Oh yeah. I'll check and see if I can fix that glare again from the light on the observatory. So just give me a moment. I actually want to set up one of my other cameras. I do have the 360 camera running tonight, and hopefully that'll be my footage I'll actually be able to use this time around, just because I didn't like the first go, and I didn't have time to set it up on our most recent stream. But see, are there any questions I need to answer? Okay, looks like we're good. All right. And again, if you're new to the channel, um, please consider subscribing if you haven't already. Oh, let me turn off my notifications here. Okay. So let me go finish. I'll be here to answer any questions that anyone has about the Perseids or any other celestial objects. I have a cursor that I can point out things in the sky, so I'll take us on a little sky tour when I return. But I want to get my other camera set up and pointed at roughly the radiant point of the meteor shower in the sky, so we can capture any really nice quality narrow frame pictures of meteors. And then, like I said, I have the 360 camera scanning the entire sky just like this one is. But that one will be some higher quality imagery and also in color. So if any bright, colorful meteors come around, we'll be able to see those. So I'm going to get my camera set up. I'll get this light covered up outside so we get rid of that Death Star glare. And then I'll be back and I'll just tune in with you and we'll see what we can find. Again, if you see a meteor while I'm gone or during the entire stream, please, in the live chat, indicate which frame you saw it on. And the frames are shown down in the lower left-hand side of your video screen, just below the N for north. So if you see the N for north, you're going to... I'm just realizing we have, yeah, I don't think I've set up the camera quite how I want it to tonight. I'm a little bit closer to the domes than I want to be. It's weird, I've gotten this right every time. But let me move my camera out a little bit further as well. But anyways, you can use the frames. You see the total frames showing up in that white bar of text just below the N for north. That is the number you want to use in the chat. So if you do find a meteor, let us know what frame number you saw it on and put it in the chat along with roughly its location in the sky. Is it next to the Milky Way? Is it next to one of the domes? Compass directions, anything like that for us to go on. All right. And we'll see what we can find tonight. I'm going to do a couple of final adjustments, get my camera set up, and I'll be back. found a proper stand to put my laptop on as well, which will make me smooth things out a little bit too. There we go. So I should be able to point my screen down enough where I can just sit here and you will probably see me. Well, it looks like we might have gotten our first meteor. Shelby says frame 206. I will check on that. I'm still a little bit dark. I wonder if I can find a red light to put somewhere so you can see me. Maybe. Oh, you know what? I think I know where I can get one. Just gotta find an outlet for it. Alright. Let me see if I can adjust the camera. I want to bring it further out if I can. That looks. That's better. Yeah, that's better. Looks like the clouds aren't getting much in our way right now, so that's good. Okay. Yeah, I think that's my good indicator, is the owl statue. Let me see if I can narrow this down to Polaris here. Yeah, I see Polaris now. I'm just gonna move my north, my N, just to match up with the Polaris in the sky there. I'll show you where Polaris is. Polaris is right here. Here's my little pointer. That's Polaris, the North Star. So I've lined up my N with the North Star. This here is the 14-inch telescope dome. Back here where the owl statue is the 6-inch telescope dome. And this is the 20-inch telescope dome. We also have Jupiter out here and Saturn in the southern sky. The core of the Milky Way galaxy is also in the southern sky, along with, you can actually follow this band of the Milky Way all the way out to Cassiopeia, which is that W. And just below Cassiopeia, we can't quite see it all yet, but below Cassiopeia is Perseus. And Perseus is the radiant point for this meteor shower. So that's where they will appear to fly from. Okay. Camera. That's my next thing. I'll be back. I'm just going to frame up my shot with my mirrorless camera, and I'll be back to answer any questions. I'm just going to point my mirrorless, where'd my flashlight go? At one point in the sky, probably leave it on an interval shot throughout the evening, and we'll see what we get. And once the celestial events are over, I do want to figure out a good way to show you, sort of in a vlog style, what I'm doing, in addition to what we're looking at. But we'll be able to do some testing with that once we're out of the celestial event season. Okay. I forgot the glare though. Not sure what happened to that garbage bag. Another one? Yeah, I might need to get to cover that light up. I'll get it one more time. That should help us to some degree. I think we are good to go. Alright, I'm here to stay now. Let's see what we got. I'm going to backtrack in. I'm also going to open up another note here so I can log. Today is 8/13/20. Alright, let's dig through the chat here. And we'll see what meteors we got. Frame 206. So at frame 206, gotta bump my streaming quality up. So I think it looks like they're at frame 206 there was a plane in the if where you were seeing the meteor was in the southeastern sky. That looks like that was a plane. I'm not sure if that was what you saw. 206 now. $299 was another one. Jump to frame 299. Oh wow, look at that. Oh, that's a long one. Yeah, 299 was a good one. All right. Looks like first one of the day. Okay, that one is logged. Frame 363. Oh, it was there for too long. Okay. Yeah, more likely that was a satellite or a plane. All right. Tish, one of Kopernik's educators, texted me saying that it looks like there is meteor northeast above 20 inch around 350. There's another one at 350 maybe. Yeah, 350 I see maybe, I don't know, that looks like it might be a satellite. Yeah, that might be a satellite. Oh no, actually I think I see blinking. All right. And then I see another thing moving across the screen that might be a plane or satellite. I think it's a plane. Yep, there's some blinking. Didn't see any. Okay. All right. Keeping our eyes out. I wonder if I got that longer one in the camera. Maybe I don't know if I had it set up in time. Looks like I'm showing up in the camera field pretty decently. As long as I'm on this screen and not the other one. Just because this has more light coming from it. All right. Oh, maybe earlier than 350. Okay. The cool part with our current camera setup, we have it set up for, let me show you here. Where's the exposure settings? Oh, I hid them, sorry. We have it set up for 5-second exposures, so that means we might not be able to do this forever, but for now, I think it makes a lot of sense. And we can see, we can actually, using the arrow keys, at least if you're viewing this on a desktop, you can click through frame by frame, which is really convenient. Because usually the arrow keys on desktop YouTube will take you back 5 seconds or forward 5 seconds. So it works out really well. You can just skim through frame by frame when you're looking for a meteor. I want it to stay locked at 720 so I can get a clear picture here. Yeah, that one at 299, frame 299 was really good. 322 or 304. Let's see here. .322, I see what looks to be a plane because it continues through multiple frames. 304. Not seeing too much there. Oh, cool, Baloo. Glad to hear. Last night had some good conditions and saw quite a few there, sounds like. Go back to live view. Right. So if anyone tuning in is new to Kopernik, hello. We are watching the Perseid Meteor shower one final time tonight. We've had some really good streams to this point, and hopefully this last one will go out with a bang, so to speak. We'll see what meteors come along. We've already had one really long one shoot across the sky. We are past the peak, but that's not the worst thing because now we don't have to deal with the moon that much tonight. We can go a bit longer. I think it rises above the horizon at around 1, which means we probably won't see too much impact until around 1:30 or 1:45, because it'll take a while to get above our tree line. So we'll be in the moon shadow for a bit there, but we'll still have some good viewing. And even after the moon rises, it's a waning crescent, so it won't affect the sky nearly as much as a full moon or even a half moon would. So we might still be able to keep going even after that. We'll see how the night goes. I know last I checked, it was maybe going to cloud up as the evening went on, but we'll see what happens. I'll keep streaming as long as we have some good viewership and some good conditions. I have a few cameras set up outside. One is a mirrorless camera, and that one is taking narrower shots right near the radiant point, right near Cassiopeia, the constellation, which Perseus is just below that, where the meteors actually radiate from. I have that pointed in that area of the sky. And I have a 360 camera taking an image very similar to what we're seeing here, just at a higher quality and in 360, so I can put it on YouTube as a 360 video and allow you to tour the sky, and if any meteors show up in it, all the better. Wow, 4 right in a row. That's awesome. Cross your fingers that we get something like that tonight. All right, and we are still somewhat new to these streams, but we are improving all the time, and we can't wait to keep adding, especially as fun as the celestial events are. Of course, we've had to focus on them instead of our regular telescopic viewing, and putting our telescopes, our domes here to good use. Lately, we've just been going with these wide-angle shots. That way we can capture everything in the sky and see if a meteor comes around our field of view. But we would love to get back to some telescopic viewing, both with the planets and uh, some deep sky objects as well. I would like to do an imaging run, maybe tour the Messier objects over a period of time. We have a lot planned, and I want to keep improving the streaming setup as well. I think there's a lot of room for improvement there. Hopefully, I can sort of guide you. Maybe start the streams earlier in the evening and show you around the process, sort of in a vlog style, I guess, and show you how we set up here at Kopernik and how we operate our telescopes and get it going for the evening and the live streams. So lots we're looking forward to doing, but right now we'll just keep looking out for Perseids. If you are new to the channel, please consider subscribing. We are looking forward to getting to that 1,000 subscriber count, and it would really help us out and also keep you up to date on the latest observing sessions and content we're providing. One of the coolest pieces of content we're going to produce later this August, I think we had to switch the date. It's now August 30th. We're going to contact the International Space Station and talk to the astronauts. This is part of the Welcome Aboard the ISS summer camp, and students will have the chance to ask the astronauts questions, and we'll be able to hear back from them using our ham radio station. We'll be doing all of this virtually. So we're really excited for that program, and be on the lookout for that. Let's see, we have frame 555. Oh, August 20th, my bad. Excuse me. Yeah, so the contact will be on August 20th. I thought it was the day before, but no, it changed. Let's see, frame 555, middle of the screen. Oh yeah. Yeah, I see which one you're talking about. You can actually see the two parts of it. It looks like there is it was in between frames maybe. So there's like a dim part of it, and then there's a very bright in the next frame. Flared up. Oh, and actually I think it even continues on into that seems interesting. I'll have to inspect these frames a little further, because it looks like there's even one after that, a very brief one. So I'm going to put frames, let's say 554 to 557. All right, good catch there. Yeah, let me go ahead and point out some objects in the sky for you. I'm going to bring up my makeshift cursor that seems to work well. And we'll tour the sky. So as mentioned in the chat, here is Cassiopeia, this W in the sky. That's Cassiopeia. And right now the Milky Way intersects that constellation. In fact, it always does. So you can see the end of this Milky Way. It stretches out to the brighter parts towards the core in the south. So this is the brightest part of the Milky Way in the south here. Next to the Milky Way, we have Jupiter and we have Saturn. Those two objects there. Over here above the 14-inch dome, 14-inch telescope is housed in this dome right here. This is Polaris, the North Star, and it's attached to the constellation Ursa Minor, the Little Bear, which stretches out with some dim stars all the way over here. Here's the cup and then the tail with Polaris. And up here we have the dipper, the Big Dipper, the handle, and the cup is going behind the building there. And that's about what I can see from my screen here. Let me go back into the main camera view so I can see it larger. Give us a better idea of a few things. Oh, right at the very top of our screen, this star almost right in the middle is Vega, part of the constellation Lyra. And that connects to a parallelogram right over here that makes up the constellation Lyra. And let me look again. Let's see, bright stars. Yeah, I think I have this right. So then we come down here. This is a star called Deneb. That's a star within the constellation Cygnus the Swan. And you can see the swan stretch out this way and the wings stretch out this way. This is Deneb, and this is Alberio, a binary star system. And the last one here, let's see, that's 1, 2, and then I think down here we have Altair. So Deneb, Vega, and Altair make up the Summer Cross, and Altair is part of the constellation Aquila the Eagle. Just to give you some reference frames in our image here. That's a good way to put it, Melissa. I like the idea of it sort of being a treasure hunt in the night sky. All right. Hello, Jake. Welcome to the stream. We are just observing some Perseid meteor showers or Perseid meteors, I'll say, this evening. Oh, that's great to hear. We didn't get to do much observing, or at least I didn't get to do much observing last night. But I know a few people in the chat were able to, and it sounds like it was a great night for many. We've had one here so far. I suspected maybe it was you might have been the same person. But good to have you back. We've seen one really decent medium bright meteor. It stretched across a good portion of the sky. Wow, 6 to 7 in 3 minutes. That's insane. Sounds like last night was amazing. And yeah, no moon for now. Yeah, that's good. I think tonight, as long as the skies stay clear, we'll be able to keep going for a bit. Without the moon, I believe it rises above our horizon around 1 a.m. And then it probably won't get above our tree line for another half hour or more. So we have some uh, decent time tonight to really hit that or get closer to that peak moment in the evening. Again, once again, tonight we are sort of working together to spot these meteors. Let me go ahead. It's in the video description if you want to. Uh, yeah, actually, I think that's enough. If you look in the video description for anyone that's just joining, uh, the second bar of heavy text, the second paragraph, explains how to spot these, well, how to help us find these meteors and report it in the live chat using the frame number that shows up in the lower left-hand side of the screen below the N, where it says total frames. Each frame is a 5-second exposure right now, so that will just telling us that frame number will be enough to help me identify whether it was a meteor or not. I think he's here, or he might just be away from his computer. He was tuning in earlier. All right, it looks like we might have seen one at 681. Let's go back here. 681. Let me expand my view. check this out. I'm not sure if I'm seeing anything in 681. If you give me a rough idea of where you saw it in the sky, that might help me out too. Thanks, Tish. Thanks for tuning in. I will let her know as well. $727 right side. Let's go 705 here first. Yeah, something does flicker on the screen at 705. Interesting. Yep, and right in the Milky Way is where I'm seeing it. That could be one. Yeah, I think 727 is a plane heading towards Jupiter as I click through the frames here. I think 705 might be one. Just a brief flicker in the sky. No, 705. 740 top Milky Way. Yeah, I see that one now. I think that might be the same object. Where it just looks like a plane to me moving across the Milky Way band. Just because I click through the frames and it keeps on. Yep, keeps on trucking. Oh, also, just so everyone knows, that right now we are set up for 5-second exposures. So that means the shutter is open for 5 seconds, and then it'll start a new frame with another 5 seconds. So the frames you see have ultimately have 5 seconds worth of data within them. Looks like we have some thin clouds in the southern sky near Jupiter and Saturn at the moment, but nothing too bad. Are serious? Something moving, maybe a satellite, sort of center, horizontal center of the screen, moving up towards the top, but from frame to frame. My guess, I don't see blinking lights on it, so my guess is maybe a small satellite. Yeah. Here, wait. Yeah, Jake. There are some other decent meteor showers throughout the year. Perseids, or at least for our area, the ones I know have always put on the greatest show. But I know the Leonids, the Taurids, the Orionids, those are all pretty decent showers as well. Um, I'm not sure how comparable they are in terms of rate, but I know that they can be decent showers. Oh, excuse me. Geminids are another one, yes. I forgot about the Geminids. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd be willing, how willing I'd be to brave the cold. Depends on how cold it is, I guess. I think like actually just being stationary is the worst. Would be the worst part about it. Like if I'm observing up here in the winter time and I'm moving around and operating the scopes and staying active, I don't mind that as much. But if I'm stationary, I definitely need to make sure I, can stay warm. A meteor storm would be incredible. I've heard stories of meteor storms, but only stories. Never seen one myself. Yeah. I'm not well, I used to Melissa, I used to like the cold a lot more in the past, but over the years I've become more intolerant to it. Um and yeah, I definitely enjoy observing more. It is just so still and so dry. The conditions are so much nicer. But yeah, I gotta get in the right mindset to especially because the air inside the domes can be so cold, and there's also something to be said about the metal of the domes and the metal of the eyepieces, and just everything is going to feel so cold to the touch, even if you're wearing gloves in some cases. So definitely have to be in the right mind to observe in the winter, but I totally agree with you. It is the best time. Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, we will have to find a way to get up on the roof, so that way we can all enjoy the Geminids and other meteor showers that occur more close to the winter time. There was a flash I just saw on the screen just briefly. I'm not sure if those were headlights. I think those might have been headlights. I only glanced up at it, so I don't know exactly what that might have been. Let me go back. Yeah, oh, those were headlights. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, just glinting off the tree there. I didn't even see them out of the corner of my eye. I think someone was just sort of maybe trying to pull into our lot here and saw the gate was closed in and moved on. Oh yeah, Colleen, let me explain that quick. So, um, we just wrote out some instructions there, but yeah, you just pull the media bar back on the YouTube player, and you're looking at the frame count that shows up in the lower left hand side in that white bar of text, just below the end. That's right now we're at total frame. Let's see here, total frame 883. So you would take that frame and you're just waiting to bring it back to frame 555. It's a little bit easier on the computer, yeah. It's harder to pinpoint, especially on a smaller screen, to see that total frame count and pinpoint exactly where you want to be. Yeah, Jake, I suspect probably tonight. Like we had some really good luck as the night went on the other day. So I think that'll be a similar case here, especially if you said that you saw the expected peak pan out for you last night. It's pretty good skies out tonight. It's not too bad. Not the greatest seeing. There's some haze. The Milky Way looks really nice. Something in the northwestern horizon. Lasted too long. It was short, but not. That would have been like 20 seconds. Maybe an iridium flare? I don't think. It's hard to say what that was. Let me go back and see, because it did. I'm going to backtrack in the live stream to see how that looked. Let's see. It starts, let's see. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, that lasted for 30 seconds. So that must have been some kind of satellite that I saw in the north, or almost actually, I guess it was almost due west sky. Nine five three. Oh yeah, there's one at 953. That's definitely one. Yeah, good catch. 953. Alright, so that marks about 3 sightings so far. And there's that range of frames that I'm just not quite sure about. I think there was 1 or 2 in there, but we'll have to inspect further. $980. See what we have at 980. Oh, another good one. Yeah. These ones are really long tonight. Good catch. All right. Doing well, I'd say. If anyone is just tuning in, welcome to the Kopernik Perseid Meteor Shower Show. We are having some pretty successful luck already. We're not even close to peak time yet this evening for the meteor shower. The way we are, I'm going to put some directions in the chat box. If you look at those directions, that'll inform you on how to spot meteors and report them in the chat so we know where to find them. So we can always go back and look for them ourselves and sort of just identify them, and eventually we'll post them on our social media. So it's sort of a fun game we're playing, and I welcome you to join us as we explore the meteor shower. The camera is 180 degrees in field of view, and that allows us to see the entire sky up at our observatory, or just about. The trees are blocking a little bit of our view, and of course the domes as well. We have, but I think that looks kind of nice in the end. You can see the Milky Way stretching across the sky. I can go through, for anyone new in the stream, I can go through and show you some objects here. So you can have some reference point in the sky as you report your meteors that you find in the chat box. So over here is the 14-inch reflector telescope dome. This is the 20-inch reflector telescope dome. Here is the Milky Way galaxy. That's our home, and you can see it stretch across the sky from the southern sky to northern sky. And back here you can see Jupiter and Saturn. And down here you have, just above the 14-inch dome, the North Star, which is part of the constellation Ursa Minor, the Little Bear, which stretches up this way. So, yeah, that's what we have in the sky right now, giving you some reference points to explore. Oh, just above the tower here, there is a constellation called Cassiopeia, that W in the sky. That'll be helpful for you as well, because just below Cassiopeia is Perseus, and Perseus is the radiant point for this meteor shower. That is why they are called the Perseids. So come join us. I'll be here to answer any questions that is new to the stream, and we'll keep exploring the sky together. Yes, I forgot to hide it. Did I forget it this time? No, I did not. I forgot to hide it. I thought it was a lens flare. Haha. I completely missed that. Oops. I zoomed out here. There we go. That was funny. There's $350,000 buried. Oh, okay. And if anyone is new to the stream that is just joining us, we would so appreciate if you would subscribe to our channel. We will continue to run through live stream programs just like this for the foreseeable future, and share the night sky with you using our facilities in our observatory. Yeah, please subscribe if you like the content, and you'll be updated with the latest info and videos on the night sky. Some of the most recent stuff we've done, we've observed Jupiter and the transit of Io across. You can see the shadow move across the surface of Jupiter along with the Great Red Spot. We've observed the rings of Saturn, and we went on a tour of the moon. Right now we're looking at a very wide field of the sky though, so we can see just about everything in case a meteor comes our way. No, sorry, Blue. I didn't quite pick up on the reference there. Ooh, wow, that's cool. Deep orange. And anyone that is just joining, please feel free to ask any questions through the chat. I or another moderator in the chat or one of our fellow viewers will help answer those questions. object directly overhead, which seemingly moved at various speeds but never outside of a certain radius. Visible at the same brightness and did not disappear. Satellite geostationary orbit behave like that. I mean, usually I'd suspect it to just. And again, those satellites usually I don't think are terribly bright, because if I remember correctly, geostationary satellites are designed to stay at one point above the Earth. So I don't think they would usually behave like that. I think they would just, if you could see them, they would just look like any old star up there. But I could be wrong. Wow, look at Scorpius is already setting. How about that? Oh, we got another one. Frame 997, huh? Frame 997. Looks like we once again have some more viewers. Welcome to Kopernik's Perseid Meteor Shower live stream. We're happy to have you. If you want to help us out and find some meteors, I'm posting some instructions to do so in the chat. That will help inform you on where to post your results and how to find a indicator for your meteor that you found in the sky. And the best way to do that is using the frame number, the frame count that's showing up in the lower left of your video, just below the north for N. It says total frames, and that will, if you report that number on the frame you saw the meteor in the chat, we'll be able to check that out for you and see if it was in fact a meteor. So feel free to give that a try, and we'll sort of make a game out of it, and maybe some of the better ones we'll be able to post on social media. All right, I gotta find this 997 here. And you can, of course, at any time in the chat, if you see a reporting of a meteor, you can go back to the frame in the video too, because we do have the DVR function turned on, so you can rewind this live stream at any point. 997. I think I have to turn my quality up again because it keeps switching on me. If you can, definitely stream this at 720p. That will give you the best resolution to view this at that we are offering tonight, and it should show you plenty of detail in the sky. Oh yeah, there is one at 997. Very, very dim one, but it's there. Yeah. All right. 997, just above the 14-inch dome. Good catch. Who was that? That was Shelby. Good catch, Shelby. All right, so at frame 997, we have a dim Perseid. And all of them are very long, which is cool so far. Like, so far we've seen a lot of long meteors, which is great. Dim, long Perseid. Above. Alright, cool. Keep an eye out for more, everyone. We'll see what we can catch. right. Where'd my flashlight go? I keep losing that. Oh, there it is. That's just, it was in my shadow. I was, there we go. Looks like there is a plane, perhaps, moving in the eastern sky. Let's see if I can find that. Yep. There's the plane. Once again, looks like our viewership is increasing a little bit here, so welcome to Kopernik's Perseid Meteor Shower live stream. This is our final live stream for this celestial event this year. We'll potentially be back next year and for other meteor showers in the future, but this will be our final stream for this one. So if you haven't seen any Perseid meteors yet and it's cloudy in your area, join us and we'll see what we can find. There are some instructions in the chat or in the video description that explains how to report your findings in the chat log. Basically, what we're doing is reporting them via the total frame count that shows up in the lower left-hand side of the video display. So where it says total frames, right now we're on 1180. You want to report that number when you see a meteor. It will change each time we cycle through a frame. Right now we have a plane moving just off to the right-hand side of the top of the image across Jupiter. That bright star there is Jupiter. So we're having some decent success tonight. If you go back in the chat log, you will see people reporting those frame numbers. Those, again, are how we are identifying meteors that shoot across the sky. You can, of course, backtrack in the video. We do have the DVR function turned on, so you are not restricted to just viewing this live. You can backtrack and sync up the frames if you want to see what we saw earlier. We've seen a lot of really long meteors shoot across the sky, so we're pretty excited to see what else shows up as we continue to approach peak viewing this evening. We haven't even reached the peak yet, so I'm really excited to see how things improve. We are past the peak, as we'll call it, of this meteor shower. That was from August 11th to 12th. However, these meteors will linger, and we are continuing to move through this cloud of debris left behind by Comet Swift-Tuttle. So we will still see meteors tonight, and possibly some great ones all the same. If anyone has any questions while they are viewing the stream, feel free to ask them in the chat log as well. I am happy to answer them, and that is what I'm here for. Have a good night, Mike. Good to have you. Again, anyone just tuning in, there are some instructions in the video chat for you to utilize that will help you identify where you saw a meteor, a given meteor. So feel free to report the frame number that shows up in the lower left-hand side of the video display, and that will inform us on where to look and backtrack in the video to find what you saw. And I can help you identify it, or others in the chat will be able to help as well. We're all working together here as a group. If you are brand new to the Kopernik YouTube channel, I invite you to subscribe. We are hoping to get 1,000 subscribers relatively soon. So we're continuing to build up our base and provide you with these free observing sessions. If you are in a position to do so, consider donating to Kopernik Observatory. As I said, these streams are free, but it definitely helps us continue to build up our resources and provide more content with those donations. That donation can be found in the video description. All right, looks like we got a report from Gord here. 1192 or 1193 northwest. Let's have a look. We can backtrack in the video and see if we can find any meteors in that frame count range. Oh, looks like we might be getting some confirmations in the chat. 1194. Oh, that's a pretty good one. Some different, a lot of changing magnitudes to this meteor we see here. It looks like it flared up right towards the end, and as a really bright light. And we got some headlights here. We might see some headlights in our a video. But very cool meteor there. I will report that in our log and get a picture of it later when I can review this stream. And we'll post that on our social media. We are active on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. I feel like we are doing super well tonight. Our list, we're already... Oh yeah, we had a huge gap. In our last log, our first meteor, Perseid, was seen on August 10th at 10:05 p.m. The next one, which was a dim Perseid, doesn't look like we spotted that one until 12:52 a.m. in that evening. So we are... I am hoping the peak tonight is going to be extraordinary. Again, we are really cycling through and adding some viewers to our viewer base here. So welcome to Kopernik's Perseid Meteor Shower live stream. We're so excited to have you tonight. This is probably one of our last opportunities, if not our very last opportunity, to spot the Perseids here at Kopernik, at least in around this peak zone of the meteor shower. It was pretty cloudy during the evening from the 11th to the 12th. So we really didn't get the chance to do another live stream then, but we're doing one now so that we can spot what we can during this peak period. We have not reached the peak period of the evening yet, and we're already having some really good luck spotting a bunch of meteors tonight. And the more eyes we have, the better, so we can all keep a lookout on this 180-degree field of view of the sky. Again, my name is Jeremy Cardy. I'm an educator here at Kopernik Observatory, and I am your guide through this meteor shower. We also have a lot of helpful viewers in the chat that will be happy to answer questions, as well as myself answering those questions. Hi, Amanda. Yeah, the best time we're expecting tonight, the peak time is usually around, actually, it is around 2 a.m. onwards, until it starts to, you start to notice some daylight. And that's because the radiant point of this meteor shower will be higher up in the sky. The radiant point is in the constellation Perseid, and that is just below our tower there, if you see the tower at the bottom of our video view. So you can go outside, as the evening goes on. I would say just after midnight, things could start to pick up, and then it will just continue to do so in the early morning hours. So yeah, it looks like things are clear right now. So even now would not be a bad time to go out. We're close enough to midnight, and you just want any window into a clear sky that you can get. So I would say if you can start now, go for it. I apologize, Jake. I'm not. That's a good point, Baloo. It does depend on how deep into Binghamton you are. If you are around city lights, your best bet would be to get away from those. Find somewhat of a dark sky area. Doesn't have to be perfect, but the darker sky, the better for sure for this meteor shower and others. Yes, sorry, Jake. I'm not super familiar with the SETI program and how they actually go about decoding any of these radio signal messages. Yeah, I couldn't tell you their actual procedure for doing that. I guess one idea is that if you are an intelligent life form and you want to if you want another potential intelligent life form to know about you, you're going to send a very simple signal out. Something that cannot be confused as a natural signal. Something coming from, I don't know, a pulsar. Some kind of radio signal like that. You don't want to be confused for that. But it needs to be simple enough that any intelligent life form can decode without knowing what's behind all that code. So we wouldn't want to send out some complicated binary signal, for instance. We need to send out something far simpler, and just because we don't know what their mathematics are like, they could be somewhat different from ours and rely on different bases. So I think that's one bit of context I can provide to you, that if they are looking for a signal, they are potentially looking for something simple. right. So skies are still looking pretty nice tonight. And those that are just tuning in, I can sort of add some reference points. I haven't done this in a while. So let me add some reference points in the sky so you know where you're looking. Again, this is a 180-degree field of view that we're observing tonight. So we get to see the entire sky, only blocked out by some of our buildings like the observatory domes. Our tower there blocks a small portion of the sky, but nothing too major. Otherwise, we have a pretty full view of what's out there, and we won't miss a thing if a meteor comes our way. So here's my little cursor. I'm going to move around on the screen. We have the 14-inch observatory dome. This is where we house our 14-inch reflector telescope. Similarly, we have the 20-inch dome. This is where we house our 20-inch reflector scope. And back here, you can see our owl statue that protects us and our domes from other birds. And the 6-inch telescope is right below that. And that's where our 6-inch refractor lives. In the sky, we have the Milky Way stretching across from, let's see, that'd be northeast to southwest. And next to the Milky, well, this is the core of the Milky Way, the brightest point of the Milky Way in the sky there. We have, next to that is Jupiter, and we have Saturn. We have Cassiopeia down here. This is important because just below Cassiopeia, and you're starting to see it come out of the haze and above the horizon there, is the constellation Perseus. Perseus is the radiant point for this meteor shower, and that's where all Perseid meteors will appear to come from. There was a flicker on the screen just then, right in the center. I'll have to have a look at that. What frame would that have been? That would have been about 1350 maybe. So that's where you want what you want to look at tonight. Let's go see if I can find what that little flicker was. Maybe it was just an artifact. Or maybe 1350. Yeah, there was a flicker. Brief flicker on the screen that might have been right towards the center at 1350. It looks like it looks like an extra star in the sky that shouldn't be there. So it could be a meteor. Now we've seen a lot of meteors that are very long, very long streaks across the sky. But in some cases you do get more point-like meteors that are directed at our viewing angle. So that can happen, and that might have been what that was. Oh yes, we have a question that says, and north is the lower left-hand corner. Yes, that N does signify the northern sky, because you can see here, if I take my cursor again, right here is the North Star, Polaris, part of the Little Dipper, Ursa Minor. So, yep, that's due north, and from that you can work out western sky. Each corner is a different compass direction. This is eastern sky and southern sky. I don't know why I don't just put in those. Why don't I put in some extra compass directions here? I'll at least put a south in. Let's just keep going. I have some time, but you guys got to keep a lookout for meteors while I go about this, because I am not looking at the moment. Again, if you want to help us out and look for meteors, there's some instructions I just posted in the chat box. So please have a look at those, and that will help you report the meteors that you find in the sky. There's some other instructions in the video description if you prefer to look there. or have some additional context. If you have any questions about how to go about reporting the meteors, just feel free and I can elaborate on those points. We're all working as a group to find these objects in the sky. We've had some pretty good success tonight. I am really hoping the peak of the evening is quite impressive because we've had better luck leading up to that peak tonight than we've had previous nights. So I think tonight might put on a decent show. I'm just adding some compass directions in this moment to the stream to help us identify these areas of the sky. Should have done this a while ago, but that's okay. There we go, that's a pretty decent approximation there. So I do not have the time represented. I don't have a clock on the video at the moment. I really wish I could. And I'm wondering if there's... You know what? I think there is a good way I can try that out. Yeah. Why don't I see if I can add that quick? Yeah, I'm going to give that a try. I think I have an idea that I can use to add that. Okay, before I work on the time, it looks like I have some new reports here of some other meteors. So let me go back in the video. I will continue to work on adding the time because I really should have that in there. And then I will, yeah, and I'll go back to doing that. Let me go check out these reportings. So we have 1396, 1397. Let's see what we have. Again, if you would like to help us, there are some instructions in the video chat. Have a look at those, and it will inform you on how to find the number people are reporting and show it on the display so we can identify whether it was a meteor or not. And we can work together on searching these out. I expect the peak tonight to be pretty decent. We're not quite at the peak hour yet. That will come as we reach the early morning hours. So as we head into 1 and 2, even after midnight, we should start to see an increase. But I'm going to go back to frame 1397 and see what we have here. Yeah, 1397 has a meteor, has a Perseid. The way you can tell that it's a Perseid is if it flies out of the, or rather, you can trace a line back towards the constellation Perseus, because that is the radiant point for the meteor shower. So that's what you're looking for Perseids. Now, you can have a random meteor happen tonight that just is completely unrelated to the Perseid meteor shower, but we're especially looking for ones that fly out of the constellation Perseus. The constellation Perseus shows up at the is starting to show up right next to the tower at the bottom of the screen of your video view. All right, let me finish reporting this meteor in my log so I can go back and get a snapshot of it, and we can show it on our social media. Share it with the world. And if anyone is brand new to the Kopernik YouTube channel or has just yet to subscribe to us, please consider doing so. We'd love to have you in our and have you during our future observing streams. Eventually, we will get back to some telescopic viewing because we have 3 observatories, 3 domes with 3 different telescopes, and we will do some imaging in the near future with those, like we've done in the past. We had some really cool Comet Neowise streams and planetary streams that you can check out on our channel, and we will continue holding and hosting these live streams for the foreseeable future. They're a great opportunity to interact with other people that just enjoy astronomy as a hobby or enjoy learning about space and seeing it in real time. Hey, wait, how did my W get all the way up there? Oh, no, it wasn't. That was just when I was moving it. I forgot. I was looking back in time there. Yeah, my letters do need to line up a little better. See if I can get them to somewhat align. There, that's not bad. That's a little better. And this is what I wanted to do next. All right, I found a good workaround for this. I'm going to paste the time in the screen here so we can all see it. There we go. Shrink that down, and we'll just be able to put that right in here. Now it doesn't seem to be updating. Why is that? It's kind of updating, but only like half updating. That's kind of weird. Yeah, see, it seems to slow down for whatever reason on the stream here. Maybe I can treat it another way? Yeah, let's try it another way. If anyone has any questions at all during the stream, please let me know. Hello, welcome to our stream. We've had some pretty good luck this evening so far, and we have not reached peak hour yet. So we are excited to see if uh, if the shower proves to be pretty brilliant tonight. We'll have to see how it goes. Um, I think we've had great success to this point, and things picked up on our last stream around the early morning hours, around 2 a.m. So I'm hoping it does the same this time around. We've seen more meteors in this early period, though, than we did last time. In fact, about, I would say, about double or so, if not more than that. Oh, I'm blocking your view. Hang on. I'm just going to work on getting a clock into our field of view here that actually functions how we expect. So yeah, I kind of want to see if I can just... No, I can't adjust this window at all. Well, that's a very makeshift way of doing things, but basically that's been the name of the game. How does that look? It's kind of tiny. You can probably read it if you go to 720p. Yeah, just about. Oh, that's such a silly way of doing it, but I don't see another method. Because it didn't seem to want to regularly update the browser to show us the time. So at least here, we get something. It's better than nothing. I'll leave it as is. About 6 seconds of lag. That's not too bad. All right. That is helpful to know. Thank you. What else do we have here? Any meteor reports? Yeah, it's pretty clear. The sky is looking really nice at the moment. And if anyone is brand new to the YouTube stream here, welcome to our Perseid Meteor Shower show. This is probably our last stream. We've done 3 already for the Perseids. This is our 4th one, and we've had a lot of fun so far working together to spot these meteors. We've had some really good ones this evening already, and we haven't even reached peak hour yet. So join us, and if you'd like to report some of your meteor findings, I will paste those instructions in the live chat, and there's also some in the video description. So that will inform you of where you can, how you can report your meteor findings to us, and we can look back and we can all look back and check them out. If you are brand new to our channel, please consider subscribing to us. We would love to have you join our future streams as we continue to tour the night sky live and sort of observe it virtually. And we've already done a few streams, exciting streams with planetary views. We saw Comet Neowise. You can access all of those streams in our video backlog. There is also a donation link in the video description if anyone is in a position to support us. That will help us improve our resources for streaming and support us and our staff for the foreseeable future. And there is a link for that in the video description. Otherwise, subscribing is one of the best ways that you can support Kopernik. Well, that's a good suggestion. Let me see if there is anything on that time tab. Or the clock tab, rather. Oh, so many windows. No, unfortunately not. I wonder if there's an application I can grab quick that'll run in the background better than a web app. There's always an app for that, right? I did bring some snacks tonight. Yep, came a little more prepared. Actually brought some cake. Is there one? Let's see, 1657 maybe? We found one? Sorry. Well, actually, maybe if we split it into 16ths. Oh, 17ths now. In the past 30 minutes, let's see. Well, from the period of about 11 o'clock to 11:40, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 good ones. We've been on a bit of a delay for a bit here, although I was just going to check this one that was reported in the chat. Oh, it looks like there might be a plane in that frame there. Yep. There's maybe one at 1350, we're saying? Oh, way back. Oh, yeah. Yep, there was that, like, blink. Yep, at 1350. That was one I actually didn't mark down yet. Oh, wow. Yeah, I heard a lot of good word about last night so far. Lots of people saying they had a terrific time viewing them. So I'm hoping things will pick up as we continue to head into the morning hours. Again, looks like we're bouncing between some different viewers throughout the evening, which is great. Glad to have some new viewers join the stream. If you are brand new to the Kopernik YouTube channel, welcome to our Perseid Meteor Shower show. If you'd like to help us out spot some meteors, I'm posting some instructions in the video live chat, so feel free to read through those and post your results in the stream, and I'll review them, and some of our other viewers will review them as well to see if you caught a meteor. Mars. Let's see if Mars is poking out here. Let's see. Oh yeah, it might be. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yep. If you are brand new to the YouTube channel, consider subscribing to us for future live streams just like this. It would really help us out and keep you up to date with the latest night sky activities. Yeah, I think I see what you mean there, Baloo, that it's just sort of peeking through. In just a few minutes, I will do another... Is that an ant on my laptop? Sorry if I just blew on the mic. That's my bad. But yeah, we'll do another sort of tour of the sky so I can add some references for your viewing as you check out some meteors. And that way you can report based on different landmarks or different objects in the sky. That'll help me find out exactly where you saw your meteor. All right, let's go on a little sky tour. And use my cursor here. So again, if you're brand new to the stream, this will help you identify landmarks when you're reporting your meteors. So over here, we have the 14-inch reflector telescope dome. Down here, the silver dome is where we house the 20-inch reflector. And back here, where you see an owl statue, just below that is the 6-inch refractor dome. This tower points actually right into the Milky Way right now, which is pretty cool, or just about. This is the Milky Way galaxy. You can see stretch right across the sky. In the southwestern sky, we have the core of the Milky Way. This core is the brightest part. That's where actually Sagittarius A lives. That's the area of space where there is a supermassive black hole right at the center of our galaxy. To the right of the core is Jupiter, and to the right of Jupiter is Saturn. Mars should be rising over here in the sky. Oh, actually right down here in the eastern sky. Is that right? Is that Mars there? Let me look at my full feed. Yeah, that might be Mars. Doesn't really look in line with... Oh, because maybe... Yeah, it's because of the... Oh, wait, looks like there might have been a Perseid or a meteor of some kind. Yep. At frame 1776. 1776 is where I just saw a meteor. I'm not sure if it was a Perseid. It might have been a fluke, or it might have been part of some of the other meteors we saw. Like, it might have been a random meteor, rather. Oh, wow. Did we get a bunch here? Wow, looks like we got a bunch all in... Okay, hang on a second. Let me remember my 1776. I'll report that in my notes here first. 1776. And then we have... What do we have? We have 1740. And 1763. Okay, let's go and identify these here. We'll go back to 1740. It's making me think like I'm in history class right now. 1776, 1740. Oh boy. Let's see. Yeah, there's something in around 1740. It's either a plane or it's a weird satellite, because it lasts through too many frames, so I'm not really sure what that one is, once again. $1763. Did I leave my O on the screen again? I did. Let me get rid of it. will we identify these meteors. Oh, yeah, there's a Perseid at 1763. That's a good one. Maybe like dim to medium bright. Looks like it flares up as well. All right, we're picking up a little bit again. And then 1776. Okay, cool. Some meteors picking up. Let's keep an eye out. Get anyone new joining. There are some instructions in the live chat that you can use to help us spot some meteors, and you can report your results in the live chat, and we will all go back in the video because the DVR function is on. We can trace back through the video and check things out. Things do seem to be picking up, or have picked up tonight compared to the last time I observed, which was Tuesday night, I think, right? Was that? Oh, no, not Tuesday. No, not Tuesday. Monday night. Tuesday night was the night of the peak. We didn't get to do that because there was quite a few clouds that would have prevented us from a decent stream. Tonight seems to be going much better, though. If you have not done so yet, please consider subscribing to the Kopernik YouTube channel. We would really appreciate the support, and it will keep you up to date on the latest news and we'll continue to do observing streams just like this. we're gonna try this one now for the clock. See if this works any better. Let's see how that looks. If it's actually going to update live. That is the question. It's so, I think it's something Mac OS is doing where it's trying to, it looks like it might be updating, kind of. It's going to be a little bit behind either way, but. Yeah, it just looks like it's slowly updating. So maybe I'll just leave it. It looks like it might be working. Your clock is showing a different time. Oh no. Yeah, I think it's just the way macOS is handling, because that's what I'm streaming on right now, is handling background tasks. And it doesn't prioritize live updating things like this in the background, or it's just the way Streamlabs is handling it. That could be another reason. I'll check in with it in a bit and see how different it is, and if I just have to refresh it every once in a while, but I hope not. Learning new things this evening. Nothing wrong with that. All right. Any reports of? Uh-oh. Oh, that was my flashlight. Sorry for the racket there. My 360 camera still on? Yes, it is. Still tracking. So hopefully any of these meteors that we've seen through the live stream will show up in that camera, and when I post that video, you can check it out on there. And if you have a VR headset, you can watch it in VR, because I am making sure it is a compatible 360 video in YouTube's in YouTube, so that it will display as 360. So you can either use a smartphone or a VR headset. VR headset is the most fun, though, if you have one. Google Cardboard works well for it, if you have a Google Cardboard. I think the seeing has gotten a lot better as the evening has gone on. If anyone's new to the channel and the stream feel free to ask any questions in the video chat. I'm happy to answer them. we are observing the Perseid Meteor shower at the moment. Some pretty good. We've had some pretty decent success tonight with the shower. We've seen a lot more early on in the game here than previous nights, and we are past what's considered peak for this meteor shower. But with the moon not rising until much later, and also being a waning crescent, it probably won't get in our way too much tonight, especially during the peak hours. So I'm hoping that as we continue to head into the early morning, we will see more and more show up in the sky. If you'd like to help us track them, there is some instructions in the video live chat or video description that will inform you on how to go about reporting meteors to us. Basically, you just use the frame count that shows up in the lower left-hand side of the video in the white bar of text, just under the N for north, that you can use to report the frame number on which you saw a meteor, and we can all backtrack to see where that was. For those interested, and again, not aware of Kopernik, we are an observatory and science center located in Vestal, New York. And we have access to a fully stocked observatory with 3 different telescopes. And we have started to do virtual programs, observing programs where we live stream planetary objects. We've looked at Comet Neowise. We're now using our all-sky camera to observe the Perseid meteor shower, and we will continue to deliver the night sky to you at home for the foreseeable future. If you're in a position to donate to us, to continue to support us, our staff members, and add resources to Kopernik to improve your experience, feel free to use the donation link in the video description. That would really help us out. Otherwise, one of the best ways you can support us is by subscribing to our channel. All right, I'm finally going to have a seat here. I was standing for a bit on my, somewhat of a standing desk that I have going here, but I'm going to bring myself back down and just chill out for a bit. Again, I'm actually viewing the live chat on my phone, so I can watch the raw data stream in from the ZWO camera. So again, if you have any questions, I am paying attention to both the meteor shower and the chat. However, I would love your support in finding meteors, because I'm sure I'm bound to miss one as I switch between different screens. Sky is looking great tonight, though. Look at that Milky Way. And is the tower just about aligned now with the Milky Way? It's not bad. I think that's pretty good, actually. Yeah. Always my favorite moment of the night when our tower, our big radio tower, aligns with the Milky Way galaxy. Looks like Mars, that bright object in the sky, has now risen in the east. And in the southwestern sky, you can see a bright star-like object that would be Jupiter. Take the diagonal to the lower right, the immediate lower right, and that is, next bright object is Saturn. Look at all those stars, just a brilliant sight. We are using a ZWO all-sky camera this evening. And the ZWO camera shows us a 180-degree field of view of the sky. Oh yeah, I wanted to check the clock here to see if it's behaving as I expect it to. Let's see. Yeah, see, it's 5 minutes behind. Why is it 5 minutes behind? That's so strange. Now what happens if I go find that? Yeah, it pauses. And I swear that's just because macOS eventually stops running a given application. So weird. I'll just have to remember to update it every once in a while. It'll run for a little bit, but eventually stop. I want to ride the Great Space Coaster. Yeah, I don't know. I apologize. I'm not sure if I know that one either. I'd love to see a fireball at some point tonight. Last stream we had a pretty decent one. Through the clouds, in fact. That was really cool to see. But now we have no clouds, so we gotta see a fireball, right? We gotta see a nice bright one, nice clean one through the sky. Here's hoping. Hi, Caleb. Yeah. So our telescope, uh, for the most of the NEOWISE viewing, we were using the 6-inch refractor telescope. If you go back to our previous streams, you'll find a few NEOWISE live streams, and we used our 6-inch refractor, which is the one in the very back with the owl statue that you can see in our field of view right now. That's the dome to the refractor. We also, I think the last night when it was getting dimmer, we streamed it from the 14-inch just so we could collect a bit more light. So yeah, we were doing some NEOWISE streaming through our scopes. Right now we're set up just outside the observatory, and we're not using a telescope, we're using a special lens on a camera called a ZWO that allows us to see the entire sky all at once. So instead of zooming in on the object, we've zoomed out so far that we can see everything. Not any great magnification, but just so we can spot things like meteors. I think I might have found a way to get the clock to work continuously. I think so. Yep. I just had to avoid the Mac OS trying to it's trying to save battery or save power, I guess. I think it's just something inherent to the operating system. And it's a good idea, except for when you don't want it to pause things, like when you're streaming. I wonder how my camera's doing out there. I have 2 different cameras set up outside right now beyond the ZWO camera that we're looking through now. I have my 360 camera taking a very similar image to what we see here, but at higher quality. And I have the mirrorless camera tracked on, I guess not tracked, but framed on the radiant point of the night sky. And the radiant point of the Perseids, rather, which is right near Cassiopeia, right below it. Actually, it's in the tower. That is the constellation Perseid, and that is the focus for tonight. That is where the meteors will appear to come from if you trace them back to their origin, quote unquote. They radiate from the constellation Perseid. The reason for that is because we are entering a path of dust and material left behind by Comet Swift-Tuttle. Its last pass was in 1992. It won't return until the 2100s. It's actually a pretty quick little orbit, considering NEOWISE is going to take 6,000 years to come back around. So NEOWISE was that nice bright comet we just saw. We're not going to see it again in our lifetimes, certainly, and nor will we probably see Swift-Tuttle in our lifetimes. But it's a quicker comet in that sense compared to NEOWISE. So it resupplies the dust, its dust path, and every year we run into this path in the sky, or I guess in the solar system. So that's why this is an annual meteor shower, because we'll run into this path of dust and debris every single year. And looks like we have some new viewers joining in on the stream. Happy to have you. We are Kopernik Observatory and Science Center. We're located in Vestal, New York, and we're happy to bring the meteor shower to those who have cloudy or light polluted skies. and anyone who would just like to tune in with like-minded individuals and just want to explore space. So we welcome you. Feel free to talk to us through our live chat. We'd love to answer any questions you have about the meteor shower or space in general. And we have some great viewers that would like to contribute to the conversation as well. So feel free, and I think we'll have a good viewing tonight. We have already seen quite a few meteors. It's been a bit of a lull for the moment, but who knows? It'll pick up at any time. The start of the evening was actually really great. We had some really long meteors shoot across the sky, really long streaks, some that were flaring up, and as we continue to head into the morning hours, we expect things to improve even more. So stick with us, and we'll keep exploring together. If you'd like to contribute to the conversation and search for meteors yourself, feel free to use the instructions in the live chat or video description that explain how to tell us where you saw a meteor. You can tell us the position in the sky and use the frame number that shows up in the lower left-hand side of the video. That will inform us exactly what frame you saw it on and where to look for it. We will also post that information on social media. We'll post a snapshot of that meteor. Space is the place. That's good. I should be using that one. If anyone has yet to subscribe to the Kopernik YouTube channel and would like to see more content like this, I encourage you to do so. We are going to continue providing these free live streams of the night sky for the foreseeable future as we work with our community and beyond to explore space. Not only do we provide live night sky viewing content, we have a bunch of class activities we hope to provide in the future. We're a science center as well, so we offer public programs across the internet and across YouTube, and some of those are already posted on our channel, and you can watch them in our backlog. But for the most up-to-date experiences, please subscribe. Looks like we might have a candidate here from Elaine at 1397. Was that one we had in our log? I'm not sure, maybe it was. Oh yeah, 1397. Elaine, looks like we did pick up on that one. I'm not sure who reported it earlier, but we did witness that one, and looked like a pretty decent one in the sky. Northeastern. I'm pretty sure that was the same one. Let me go back and just to check. Yeah, I think that was the same one. In our field of view here, we have quite a bit to look at as we wait for our meteors to show up. Why don't I take us on a little star tour so you can use these reference points in your reporting of meteors if you so choose to report those in the live chat. So, as far as in the foreground, we have our telescopes. Here is our 14-inch reflector dome. That is a Celestron Edge HD reflector telescope. Back here, we have our 6-inch refractor with a nice owl statue on top to protect our domes from birds, other birds. And here we have our 20-inch reflector scope. That is our flagship scope here at Kopernik. And it's meant only for imaging and potential research in the future. Here is our radio tower, and just above that is the constellation Cassiopeia, that little W in the sky. Right behind the radio tower, though, is the important constellation of the night. That is Perseus. Perseus represents the radiant point for this meteor shower, and that is where the meteors will appear to fly from. Or at least when you trace them back, that'll be their original point, so to speak. Up here we have the North Star pointing due north as part of the constellation Ursa Minor, the Little Bear or Little Dipper. Ursa Major is actually down here below the dome, so we can't see Ursa Major right now. If we take this tower and stretch it right across the sky, you can see the Milky Way galaxy. That is our home, and we look at it from the inside, so it appears as a band across the sky. Up here, next to the core of the Milky Way, is Jupiter. That's the planet Jupiter. And then to the rightmost diagonal there, that is Saturn. Over here, rising in the east, is Mars. So Mars is rising up in the east. It will continue to rise earlier and earlier as the months go on. And in fact, in October, we will reach opposition with Mars. And that will be its closest point to us. And it will be a great time to observe. It'll still look like a point of light to just your eye, but if you have a good telescope, you can zoom in and see some surface detail. So those are some objects in the night sky right now. Yeah, Baloo. Yep, you're right on. That is Venus. Venus is rising up. I noticed that when I've been leaving from here, I see it rising up in the east as I head down the hill. And yeah, nice and bright. That is the morning. Well, right now, what you call the morning star Venus. Sometimes it's the evening star, of course, too. But depends on what side of the sun it's on. Right now, it's on it rises before the sun, and it should be a pretty decent. Let's see what phase it's in, because it's close to us. That's one key reason why it's so bright. It's usually pretty bright though, regardless of time of. Let's see. The moon is going to get above the horizon at around 1:30 tonight. Oh, and it's a nice little crescent there. That's perfect. That's not going to get in our way at all. Nice waning crescent. And then Venus rises just before 3, 2:45 a.m. And let's see what phase it's in. Just under half Venus. Just under half. Which is really cool because I mean, part of the, like, it's so close to us right now because it's swinging around the sun. But it's gonna, even though it's just half full, it's gonna look so bright to us because it's so close. And it sort of continues to balance itself out as it moves further away, but adds more light to it. I love observing Venus. Venus is cool. It's the only problem with Venus, though, is the most interesting thing about it is the phase and how bright it is. Especially a crescent Venus is really neat to see. You can't see any surface detail, though, even though it is a rocky world. It's just completely clouded over, runaway greenhouse effect. So we can't observe any surface detail with visible light, but it's still cool to see it run through its phases throughout the year, and it's a really nice object. I remember reading an article. This is just some astronomy talk, astronomy chatting, but not necessarily related to the Perseids. But I thought it was pretty cool that someone was able to isolate a shadow from Venus because it's such a bright object in the sky. It wasn't a shadow from the moon. It wasn't a shadow from the sun. Nothing else. It was a shadow from Venus, and I thought that was really cool that the sunlight reflected off Venus. There was enough coming from it, from that point of light in the sky, that someone is able to isolate a shadow from light reflecting off the planet. I thought that was neat. Yeah, a mini mag light. Yeah, I completely agree with you there. All right. Again, some more new viewers joining us. So we're so happy to have you here this evening as we tour the Perseid Meteor shower in a full 180-degree sky view. This is an all-sky camera we have set up outside, and we are looking for anything that comes our way. We've been able to pick up dim ones, medium ones, bright ones, and there's one right now at frame 2252. Look at that. If you're just joining us, we just caught a meteor at frame 2252. And let me go ahead and jump back here into my notes. We caught a dim one. Frame 2252. And we do have the DVR function turned on. This was in I think the southeastern sky. We saw this one. So in the southeastern sky, right towards the horizon, we saw a Perseid. Yep, just spotted that 2252. Yep, that's the one. And that is pretty sure that's a Perseid. Yeah, you can trace it back. Again, you got to take into account like the sort of fisheye lens we have going on here. So you got to think back to how it would look in the actual sky rather than this like hemispherical view or circular view. Cool, we got another one. Not a super bright one, but a nice little multi-magnitude. It's not just a simple streak. It doesn't quite flare up, but it does get significantly brighter as it traces across the sky. We're at 12:50. Let's say 3 a.m. Frame 2252. If you're wondering where to access the frame count, it is in the lower left-hand side of the video feed. So in that white bar of text that shows up at the bottom of the screen, you'll see something right under the N for north that says total frames. That's how we're tracking these objects. So 2252, you just got to back up to that number, and that will lead you to the meteor that we just saw in the southeastern sky. Let's wait for more. If you have questions on how to find or how to report any meteors you find, there is some information in the video description that will help you. A little bit of a lull here from 12:12 a.m. to 12:53 a.m. But maybe things will pick up now as we head into the early morning hours. They usually do. And the moon won't get in our way this time. Not very much, at least, because it is a waning crescent. Make sure my clock is still good, looks like. I may go out. My camera actually might be done with its set of frames, so I'm going to go out and see what it collected. Again, everyone keep a weather eye on the sky here and report any of your results in the live chat. Let's see here. Elaine, before I go, it looks like I had an estimated time down because I don't think I don't think it's a perfect representation, but I had it down estimated as about 11:40 p.m. For that 1397. There was one we reported at about 12:12 a.m. at frame 1776. That looked like it was a non-Perseid near the southern part of the Milky Way. That might be closer to the one you may have seen. I'm not sure. Well, yeah, let me go check on my camera and I will be back. Oh, I got some great data to work with there. Very cool. I just to give you a little sneak peek of those that are watching this stream, and maybe I don't know, maybe we could figure out like some way to post our results on YouTube as well, just because I think we have multiple different audiences. Some are watching us on Facebook, some on YouTube. So maybe I can find a way to post the results on here too. Maybe as a time lapse, that might work. Because I'm just taking interval photos right now. uh, let me go back into this here. Go back into the main stream. So we got some really neat meteors in that image, in those set of images I took on that interval shot. I think I'm at 17% battery now on that camera, so I might not make it too much longer with it, but I'm gonna let it run until it runs out, because I got one shot was a green-hued meteor flying past the Andromeda Galaxy, which was really cool. I think that might be my favorite shot so far. And there was a few other meteors in there as well. So I'm hopefully I'll be able to find a good way to share that with all of you through a just regular video upload rather than a live stream. I'll probably do a bit of processing on those, but wow, the seeing conditions I think are really nice tonight. After looking at those frames, I think they're looking pretty good. I kind of want to go back to the Milky Way and get some shots of it, but I'll have plenty of opportunities to do that. I want to take my chance with the Perseids here, see what else I can get there. There were a few good meteor shots. I got a green meteor in my previous in the last stream, the last stream. I got a green meteor with that camera. I guess it was the stream before that. Whenever I used that camera out there last, but it was a very short one, so I might have just caught it on the cusp of my exposure. This one is nice. I think I got the full exposure of it across the sky, so I'm really happy with that one. And again, I'm hoping the 360 camera picks up some of these as well. That will definitely be something we post to YouTube. It's just that time lapse. I think I have a cricket that just joined me in the dome here. Yeah, it does charge over USB. I would use my external battery pack and just sort of hook it up on the tripod and give it some more juice. But that is currently being used for my 360 camera. So I'm gonna I could switch it over potentially, but I don't want the 360 camera to run out. I do want to make sure I get a good full night sky time lapse with that camera this evening, so I can share that because I think are we still gonna have consistently clear skies? It might start to cloud over a little bit in the next hour or so, but we'll see. I just saw a meteor in my weather app. Does that count? I'm pretty happy with how the night has gone on so far. It's interesting that we've had luck, a lot of luck very early on in the evening. Let's see what. That's another thing I do want to start trying out though, um, is doing some imaging live streams. I mean, I guess to some degree that's what we're doing right now. We're just doing 5 minute, not 5 minute, excuse me, 5 second exposures of the sky to get those streaks of meteors, the long exposures of meteors, rather than a video of one shooting across. And that's just because we can get more clarity out of an image, and we can pick up more of the dim ones, and also it leaves that image on the view screen for 5 seconds, so it gives us all the opportunity to see it in that 5 second window. I think there's multiple advantages to this, although it would be cool, especially if we were getting more frequent meteors, to just have I turn the gain up all the way and maybe put it down to like a 1/4 shutter speed, 1/4 second shutter speed, and we'd see it much more frequently and see it more like we would track it in the sky with our eyes as a video. But the current rate of this meteor shower just really isn't conducive to that. Now, if we're talking meteor storm, I think then we're in business there. But I would like to start doing some imaging sessions and work with the Astra Society to get those organized, especially with our 20-inch, and use my mirrorless camera. I actually just got a new adapter for it, because obviously the regular DSLR adapters won't work. So I got an adapter for it to hook up to a telescope, that mirrorless camera. So I'm excited to try that out on any of our scopes. And my telescope too. I actually own a 8-inch Newtonian reflector, and I have it hooked up to a Celestron go-to mount. It's an AVX mount. I meant to bring it up tonight because it would be cool to just operate it, observe a few things, but I'm also very attentive to the video here in the chat, so I prefer to monitor that than anything. Yeah, Blue, I for sure will. Um, I'll do some processing on it either tonight or tomorrow, depending on how active I am when I get home, and then I'll post it on on Facebook. I'll probably post it on my account, um, and then Kopernik. I'll just tag Kopernik in it, and Kopernik will post it on theirs. I'm really excited about that one. I like Andromeda looks crisp in that image too. I'm actually this is the first night where I'm actually starting to make out some detail with that camera. Um, so I'm gonna have to see how. I wonder if I can probably pull a little bit more out of it too. I'd try stacking the frames, but with that meteor in there, I don't think that's gonna work very well. Oh, I just saw a little one. Very, very dim one. Definitely Perseid, though. I don't think it would have shown up in this. It's very dim. Yeah, Lane, it's awesome. Yeah, we're up to 609 subscribers at the moment. We got some uh, great viewers joining us and tuning in, and I'm so glad that they're joining us for future live stream endeavors. Uh, yeah, I think the Perseids really helped us out here. That and Neowise. If anyone is just joining us and is brand new to the Kopernik YouTube channel, welcome. Uh, we are streaming the Perseid Meteor shower. We've had some pretty decent ones tonight. And as we continue to head into the morning hours here, we hope that things might pick up a little bit. And we'll see. We're really hoping for a fireball to shoot across the sky. But join us, and if you see any meteors yourself, please report them. There are some instructions in the video description and in the live chat if you backtrack through the log, and that will help inform you on how to report your results. Basically, it's where you found it in the sky. This is an all sky view, so anywhere you basically this is an unnatural view in a way because you're seeing the entire sky all at once, and we're so zoomed out, and we have this fisheye lens effect going on that we can see from horizon to horizon. So we have no trouble seeing any of these meteors that come our way, and we won't miss a thing. The Captain Picard, I get that one. I got that reference. And then it says, if conditions were right, Gord says, if conditions were right, is it possible to record audio of a meteor heading earthward like a fireball? I mean, certainly if it was a large enough one, like you could, like sometimes you can hear the sonic booms or the explosions that occur from the larger meteors that hit our atmosphere. I don't know about a tiny one though. I know they were able to pick up some radio signals from the meteors. We were talking about that the other day, and someone was streaming that on YouTube. I think. Maybe it was an older stream and it wasn't live streaming in that moment, but I know that's a possibility. if there is anyone new tuning in, I welcome you to subscribe to the Kopernik YouTube channel, where you will be updated with the latest sky news, and you can join us for live streaming observing programs like this, not only with an all-sky camera that stretches from horizon to horizon, but also with our telescope viewing, either with our 6-inch planetary f12 refractor, our 14-inch Celestron Edge HD reflector, or our flagship, the 20-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain reflector telescope. Actually, you know, the 20-inch might be a Ritchie Grecian, now that I think about it. Similar to a Schmidt-Cassegrain, but not quite the same. It has been some time since I've operated the 20-inch reflector in there, so I'm not as familiar with that one. The 6-inch and 14 I'm very familiar with. But yeah, the 20-inch I need some more training and practice on, especially with the new camera system that's on board. Looks like there is a plane flying over the domes in our image. Go figure. How's the clock doing? Is it still... Looks like it's still up to date. Yeah, for whatever reason that fixed it. Whether it's Mac OS or something else. Streamlabs, who knows. If you are enjoying the stream, we welcome you to either support us through subscribing to our channel, or you can use the donation link in the video description. That will support building our resources and helping our staff members. We have some cloud cover coming in, not thick clouds, but some hazy clouds sweeping in here. The moon should be above the horizon in the next 10 minutes or so, but that it will not reach above the tree line until maybe around 2 a.m. It'll take some time for it to rise above the trees, and so we might start noticing it through the trees eventually, but it will take a bit for it to get above them. star peeking up beside the tower base. You know, I don't know if I know that one on the top, off the top of my head. Perseus. What star is? I should jog my memory first. I'm going to test my memory before I look it up. So there's Perseus, there's Andromeda, there's Cassiopeia. Not Capella. Obviously not Sirius. No, no, no. I don't think I know it. I gotta look it up. I apologize. Oh, you know what? Oh! Ah! I was right. Well, not right. But I neglected or... not neglected isn't the right word. I got rid of, I guess, Capella too soon. It is Capella. Capella's a nice and bright one. Magnitude 0.1. So that is Capella in the constellation Auriga. Darn. So close. But not really. Sure thing. Happy to help. Capella is a cool star because it is very much like our own, but it's relatively close to us, so it's pretty bright. I just saw one very bright one almost across horizon north-south. Oh. Oh, you're saying, oh, maybe you saw it. Did you see that through our video, or did you see it in person? Gosh, look at these hazy clouds. It's at this point in the evening, too, especially since we're in late summer now, that, or heading towards late summer, I suppose, mid-late summer, that we're starting to see objects and constellations in the sky that are wintry. And Capella is one of them. The Pleiades, is Pleiades showing up? It might be behind the dome. Yeah, it's probably behind the dome. It's going to show up in just a bit. So this Pleiades, Taurus the Bull, even Perseus, Auriga, these are all objects that show up in the fall and winter and at like a convenient time, like 10 o'clock. So we're getting a little hint when you stay up this late that, uh-oh, here comes the cold weather. Oh yes, Baloo. I agree. Orion is well worth the cold, braving the cold, and anticipating the cold. Orion is just a fantastic, non-abstract constellation. Not that there's anything wrong with any of these constellations being abstract. You work with what you have. Andromeda, the constellation Andromeda and Pegasus shows up really nice on this camera though. I'm just noticing that. Like you see that sort of arc. You can, if you look at Cassiopeia, the 2 points of the W point into Andromeda. And, you know, I think we can even see, yeah, we can just about see the little fuzz. I'll point it out for you on the stream here. So let me get my cursor, quote unquote cursor. Here's Cassiopeia, the W in the sky. And this is Andromeda. So again, those 2 points on the W point into the constellation Andromeda. Here's the body of Pegasus. Andromeda and Pegasus share a star right there. But this is the body of Andromeda. And if we take, I think it's this one. Yep. I think it's this star here. We can go up to this little fuzzy patch, a very tiny fuzzy patch. And that's the Andromeda Galaxy. We're just about seeing it in the image. Just about. And the gray square is indeed gray too. Yep. Yes. Definitely. Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah, Orion's such a brilliant sight. And I know it's kind of a cliche thing to say, but I think we all you know longtime academic astronomers and amateur astronomers alike would all love to see Betelgeuse in the Orion constellation go off. Oh. We're all waiting for it, so I guess it is somewhat of a cliche at this point, but there's no denying it would be a sight to behold. That would just make Orion that much better. And then eventually he kind of loses a bit of a shoulder, but that's okay. Go away, wispy clouds. Those are no good. Better than thick clouds, but also, we don't want any. Oh, it was about 2 a.m. Okay. It looks like that's what's being reported this evening too. We'll have to see if it holds out at all or what. There's another. Oh, there's 2 meteors showing in my weather app. How exciting. Let's see what our count is now, Elaine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We've recorded so far. Really good in the beginning, but having trouble here in the morning hours for some reason. Lots of bugs on my laptop all of a sudden, even though I have my red filter on. At this point, they might be more attracted to the warmth because it has dropped in temperature a bit. Let's see. I have another question here. Yeah, this is. I would say this is the last night for us. I'm not necessarily planning on doing another Perseid stream at least, um, with the all sky camera. That is, but that doesn't mean the Perseids won't keep going on. Like I'm mostly planning to stop the Perseid stream just so we can start preparing other projects. Just because I think we got what we wanted to out of our streams to this point. And we got to see a lot of good fireballs and a lot of good meteors in general. So I think we're set at Kopernik for this, but you still have plenty of opportunity for watching the Perseids. We are, of course, going to keep, the rate is going to keep decreasing as we move away from the peak that was Tuesday into Wednesday. But there are still plenty of opportunities in throughout mid to late August where you can still see some, and it'll be more. You'll be seeing more potential meteors compared to any other old night where you just have a few random ones show up. So if you have a clear night in the next few days, give it another try. I would recommend it. Oh, hey, we made it to 610 subscribers. Cool. I like the even number there. But if we were to get 611, I guess I wouldn't oppose. Yeah, this week for us ended up being a lot better than we were expecting. Uh, last week it was reporting like just cloud cover all throughout the midweek, but I'm glad things cleared up a little bit. Sounded like it was even a little bit clearer last night for a bit. Then towards midnight and afterwards it clouded up somewhat. But I'm glad we had some at least one more opportunity for the Perseids. Oh, geez, during neowise, clouds every evening on the western horizon. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's unfortunate how we have these big celestial events and just how dependent they are on weather. I mean, it makes sense, of course, but it is unfortunate. I wish it were not the case. Another 6,000 years. That's the spirit. I wonder if my camera finally stopped. My guess is it probably. Well, I started with 58%, I think it was. Because that was part of my mistake today, is I forgot to charge it. But it does have a lot of battery life. I just got to get another battery for it, I think. Just so I have it as backup. I could use an external battery too. Get another one of those. Might be cheaper. Get off my computer, moth. However, when we do some streaming from that camera, I'll just be able to power it through my laptop, so I won't have to worry about power. Right now, I'm using all my cords for this camera, the ZWO camera, for our all sky view. But when we don't need this one for a bit, I can switch my resources to the mirrorless one and either use it for telescopic viewing or Milky Way observing or things like that. That's a fun game, Blue. That's I think there's a lot of value in that too. Making your own stories in the sky. It's something we like to encourage our students to do. Because that's all it is. It's just, using your imagination. That's all early humans were doing. And they seem to really like thinking about it that way. I occasionally do that. Yeah, I completely agree. I should have a couple of them. I did have two for a while, but my other one was finally going on me. It was a bit older, so that one I don't really use because it's mostly depleted. But this one out here, I should just get another one of them because it's a really slim pack, nice and portable, but and it's also really easy to just mount on tripods, or I originally got it for uh, my virtual reality headset because I needed something to if I wanted to keep going through an experience or something, I needed to have that extra power there that wouldn't so it wouldn't just turn off on me. But I found it turns out I barely use it for that now because I found the battery is fine on the headset. So for what I use it for. So I've used it for my cameras as of late. So I should just get another one because it's been very useful. There's also the larger power banks that I'm interested in getting too for portable telescope operation, and I may just invest in one of those one day because that'll serve me well for multiple purposes. It'll be a little heavy on the heavy side, but hey. I can't believe we haven't really it's completely the opposite of the other nights where it was a bit of a slow start and then it ramped up. But this is we got a lot in the first from when we started to towards midnight, and we've just completely hit a wall. It's amazing. Oh no. Oh, that's okay. We'll forgive you. I'm pretty happy with what we saw in the initial showing tonight, though. If that's all we get, I'm all right with that. Especially since I was able to get that. I mean, that was really and I know I haven't shared it yet, but I think it'll be a really brilliant picture. Even now it is before processing, but post processing I think it'll be a nice one. That's the one where it's flying by Andromeda. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going for a little bit yet, as we head into 2 o'clock. The clouds might end up getting in our way too much, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there. Now, I should ask. I've been meaning to ask especially the people that have been contributing a lot to the conversation and whatnot. Um, just for some uh, comments, I guess, about what you want to see and what would be of interest to you and what you might think others would be interested in as far as our continued streams, because there really aren't many, unless another comet comes along, there aren't many big celestial events coming up in the next month or so. Uh, in October, we have the opposition of Mars. September, I'm thinking we're mostly going to focus on the moon because it's International Observe. There's a day called International Observe the Moon Night. I can't remember what it is. 26th maybe. Um, and December has the Saturn Jupiter conjunction, and of course we may tap into some meteor showers in there too. But if you have any ideas, suggestions, or interests that you'd like us to explore with the resources we have up here, I am more than happy to take those into account as we develop a schedule of sorts. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'd be happy to do some virtual tours of the domes. Uh, I wouldn't mind doing a live stream version. And again, like I said, I think it'd be interesting to do some kind of vlog. Um, of what how we're setting up our equipment, uh, and how we go about observing in the evening. I kind of wish I did that for this. I just haven't figured out a great way to go about it. Again, we're sort of new to the streaming here, so we're learning a lot, and uh, we're not we're somewhat limited on our especially our video capturing resources. Um, but I think I can find a good way to sort of share that information. Especially if I started off early enough in the evening, people can just start to tune in as we frame the shots. The problem is I think I need someone else uh, here with me to um, manage the video equipment. Um, I could maybe do it by myself, but it'd be easier to go about having someone handle the camera. I guess is what I'm trying to get across as I float between different things. Uh, it just gives you like a behind the scenes look at how we operate. But the back to the virtual tours, I do think there's value in that for sure. Uh, we did put together a 360-degree virtual observing tour, and in part that was to add some content to our the VR summer camp we ran last week for students. And so, but we put it out to the public too. So if it's something you're interested right now in, that tour is out there on our channel. It's I think it's just called 360-degree observatory tour, and again, I designed it with VR goggles in mind, VR glasses, but it's totally viewable on a smartphone. My tip has been to get a swivel chair and use your smartphone. Make sure you have the YouTube app because that's the best way to view the 360 content. And just hold your smartphone up and swivel around, because it's not ideal to just be in a stationary position and viewing it and looking around, because you won't be able to fully turn your head in a given direction. So swivel chairs are your friend for those videos for sure. And thank you for subscribing. Happy to have you join us. Yeah, I really want to go through the Messier catalog. Do a nice set of tours on those objects. We can maybe do something, I don't know, we could go through like 5 a night. We could try and get a live feed of them. So show you a rough approximation of what you'd see with your eye, and then we could do some long exposure shots and show you how much detail the human eye misses, based on the principle of how the human eye works, but how valuable a camera is when and how much it reveals in the sky to us. Yeah, I think we will, Baloo. We will probably, especially with this setup. I think it makes a lot of sense to keep covering meteor showers as well. And like you say, no moon interference. So let's go. let's see what we get. Oh, jeez, that was loud. These clouds look all too familiar. One of the streaming nights we had, we saw clouds just like this. Looks like it might be a little bit clear tomorrow. It doesn't look great. The transparency isn't great and the seeing isn't great. I might use tomorrow as an opportunity to just try out some new methods. I probably won't stream anything. I guess if I was up here, I could just stream this, but I won't. I wouldn't be in the video talking very much. So I do got to take this time in any clear windows in the next week or so, while the moon is dark, to like I said, practice some new imaging methods and check out this adapter I got for the camera and see what we can do for streaming in the future. And if I feel like I'm prepared to stream something in the next week, we can try that. But otherwise, I'll probably just do some practice. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of effect there would be on it. I've never tried using the ZWO. We'll have to look into that because we never tried using the ZWO in the winter, I guess I should say. Um, like a lot of people have put together their ZWO cameras, and we might have our permanent setup by then. I don't know for sure what the timeline is like on that. And there would be proper weatherproofing for it. But yeah, right now this is just a bare bones all sky camera setup. So I don't think you'd really want this exposed to the elements at all. In the winter time especially. I think there are. I think there are. Uh, I know that's commonly used on. Rather, I guess I should say I think that's part of the weathering that get applied to, like full, all sky camera rigs. Um, I imagine, of course, how much how much money you end up putting into it, but yeah, I think that is part of the weathering. Did we get one? I was looking down. Oh no, 363062 rather, above the tower. That's our first one in a while. Yep, nice. Little short blip there. 3062. All right, we'll record it. What's that? Geez, that was the first one in a while. At least the first one we noticed. 3062. Good catch. A fireball through these fun, swirly clouds would be really cool to see. I mean, a fireball in general would be great to see, but I think it would have a neat effect. There's a bug. All right, I'm gonna take a moment to go check on that camera out there again, see if it finally ran itself out of battery. There might be a way I can share that picture. I can just pull the SD card if it is out of battery. I'll leave it running if it isn't, but I might be able to give everyone a little sneak peek at that image I took. I will be back. Turns out it's actually still going, so I will leave it for now. Might as well. I heard that particular camera had really good battery life, and I guess it does. I don't. Oh, wow. Here's some current event news in the field of astronomy. The Arecibo Observatory has experienced serious damage after a cable broke. They don't know when they can get it back in business. Wow. That's pretty significant damage. Jeez. Speaking of SETI and whatnot. All the bugs off my cake, thank you. Just getting through the messages here. Oh, there was another one, 3191 left of tower. Oh, yep, there's another one. Cool. Not bad. 10 minutes since the about 10 minutes since the previous one. Tiny dot 3214. Interesting. I know the cricket. I guess you can hear the cricket. I don't know. I don't see why you couldn't. Yeah, the cricket is right next to me somewhere. Uh, in the observatory building. Moving in. I don't see him. He's somewhere back there. There goes Jupiter. We're starting to. Yeah, it's deep in the fog there. Be deep in the, well, I guess in the haze. This window above us, right above us, is very clean though. It's a pretty crisp, like, there's not much haze through the image that's directly above. Oh, I wonder if there's a way to... That's a good point. I agree. It doesn't look like there's a way to change the background. But I'll keep looking at some options for adding a proper clock to the stream. Maybe there might be a widget I can use for that. There's the cricket. Yeah, I mean, it is one. I guess I gotta think of the the potential end use case, and if I want to ensure this stream is accessible to people that are observing currently outside and those that are just at home. If I want to make it accessible to those that are observing, then I would have to consider making sure the video is mostly dark. And of course, they can turn on their accessibility settings and turn their red filter on or something like that, but I otherwise might want to consider ensuring the stream is dark. I mean, also for my case too, like for my use case, I'll be out here observing, and I would prefer if it was darker than it is right now. Because every time I look at my screen, even though I have a pretty high intensity red filter turned on, it definitely takes a minute for my eyes to adjust. So I'll think about how I can change some things around. There's plenty of organizing I think I need to do. It'll be easier though with the telescopic views we get once we start getting those. I think that'll be a bit easier to structure in Streamlabs. And I'll have some time to toy around with the all-sky camera until the next meteor shower. Alright, I think I will, regardless of its battery state, I think I will bring in that other camera just so I can start slowly, one at a time. I'm not going anywhere quite yet, but packing up my camera gear. I'll be back. It held on in that last moment somehow. I don't know really why. Like it, as soon as I went out there and started to shut it off, it finally told me battery has been exhausted. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm all set now. Pretty happy with how long it went for. Just do this. Do that. should be able to just take the SD card out here. I can put it in the card reader that's attached to it already, because that's what the camera's plugged into. Going this way? Yep. Okay. Oh, there's an add timestamp? Do you know where that is? In settings? Because that would be perfect. That's all I would really need. Just a quick little timestamp. I'm not sure. Camera control parameter settings. Ah, add timestamp. Okay. Where does it end up? I'm not sure where it ended up. It's not down here. Exposure. Not there. I don't know. Yeah, I found the little checkbox to click, but for some reason it's not. I'm just not sure where it shows up on the feed at all. I zoom out? Nope. Whoops. Oh, come on. There is a tiny little timestamp up here. No, that's not the same thing. Or is it? Oh, see, it did go away. And now it's back. Yeah, I don't know. That might that might be the timestamp. It shows up in that little corner. I don't know. Just gonna check out the frames here. See if I got any. Wow, Pleiades looks great in these pictures. So cool. Wow, the haze is crazy though. Wow. In the late game here. Oh, there was one. A little wispy one. I can't see color right now because the filter, the red filter's on. Looks like a plane or something. That's a lens flare. But it looks like a jellyfish in the sky. This kind of scared me for a moment. I'm like, what is that? Oh, it's just a lens flare. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. Wow, lots of them. This is great. Yeah, there's another. Plane. Yeah, there wasn't any super impressive ones in that one. I'll have to see if any of them had any color to them, though. That'll be the real kicker there. Yeah, I don't understand why it's so small. I don't get it. It was so tiny. Alright, I'll eject my SD card just to keep it with my camera for now. Eject. Why is it still... Is that being used for anything? Start dismantling my tripod here. I love how compact this tripod folds up. Very nice. Okay. I'll probably go on until 3. Like well, I guess not like last time. I went a little bit over 3 last time. But yeah, I gotta try and fix my sleep pattern a little bit. But I'm a night owl, anyways. It doesn't really matter too much. Still a decent window, though. Clouds haven't bothered us all that much. Yeah, I suppose I did. Certainly the right career. I gotta help out with some daytime programs next week, though. So I do have to switch back around a little bit. Although I am intending to do another stream next week at some point. Maybe not until later in the week, but if it turns out like midweek we have clear skies, like super clear, then I'll definitely try and stream. Yeah, that window's opening up a little bit in the western sky there. There's not as I don't think there's as many hazy clouds in the west at all. These clouds are kind of fun though. They're very swirly. Part of that is just the camera warping, but some of it is just the nature of these clouds. Oh, and I also meant to look to see if I reached, because the other night, again, it was no major uh, overheating issue that I could see. No, I didn't think there was a connection issue, but I just lost connection. It told me I lost connection to Streamlabs, so maybe there was a slight, like, cut in the internet here, and it just kicked me out for a moment, and that was enough to shut down the stream. Or there was some kind of limit. I don't think there was. I don't think there is built into Streamlabs or YouTube. I'm almost certain there isn't built into YouTube. But maybe Streamlabs? Because I know there's like a paid version of Streamlabs, so I don't know if they limit you to a certain stream length. So I don't want to run into that problem again tonight. I'd prefer to to end the stream more naturally if I can. I meant to do some research on that, but I never got around to it. My guess is it was just a random connection glitch in our system here, and it kicked me out briefly. Hey there, artists. Yeah, things are looking pretty decent. Especially earlier tonight, things were looking really good. We're clearing up a little bit right now. These hazy clouds are moving to the east, and nothing seems to be replacing them in the west for right now. So we might have another decent window for a little while. I have to see. For us, it seems like the early hours of the evening were way better for viewing the Perseids compared to the later hours, which seems strange based on how this meteor shower works. Usually it peaks around this time, but we really haven't seen much pickup. But we'll stream for a little bit longer, see how it improves. Yeah, I thought the Prime service was really the only, but I don't think there is any like extent to which I think the service involved is oh, I just saw a dim one fly across. Yeah, I think the service. I lost my train of thought. Is more related to more extensive like features, not so much like limitations on stream length and whatnot. I'm pretty sure it was just a random event. So the camera we're using here, artists, is a uh, ZWO astrophotography camera. This one is designed mostly for planetary viewing, but you can modify it with a lens to show you a 180-degree field of view of the sky. That's what we're doing here tonight. So we can see from horizon to horizon on this field of view. I imagined it. Oh yeah, it's 3 a.m. Ah, it's just surprising. It's still not above the horizon there. Oh, look at this window we got though. That's pretty good. Can't remember if Capella is older or not. I know they're roughly the same age, like in terms of their stellar life cycle. Oh, actually, no, they're not. They're at the same phase of their stellar life cycle. This is interesting. Hang on, I'm learning something new. Find a better. That was always an assumption they were the same class of star entirely, but maybe they're not. Yeah, they're much larger than the sun, about 2 times the size. And they haven't even broken a billion years yet. They're like 500 to 700 million years old. I am learning something new. I may have to do some more research on that. I thought they were the same size, but they're about 2 times larger. It is about 2 times larger. I guess there's 2 of them, so they are, yeah. You have to read more about Capella. They sound like they're younger and they won't last as long as the sun. thanks for joining us, Matam Abel. Happy to have you, and hope to see you again. Stop on by to our virtual programs at least. Maybe someday stop on by to our facility when we open back up. Let's see. There's another one maybe at 3805, 3806. Hmm. Yeah, that's a weird one. What is that? It doesn't look like it's a weird shape. I see what you mean. I'll make a mark of that and see if I can look at it a little bit better later. 2 or 3. Interesting. There's the moon finally. Yeah, the moon's barely having an effect on sky glow, which is really nice as it at its crescent phase. Yeah, it was like a really oblong shape. It was very interesting. I'm gonna say 15 minutes. We'll cut it off at 3:30 this evening, and I think that'll be good for the night. I'm just realizing I'm starting to hit a bit of a wall. Nothing too bad, but pretty happy with the data I collected this evening. A lot to get through. Yeah, Andromeda is right up there in it. Straight up in the sky. Almost. Great time to image it. Well, if it weren't for the sort of haziness that's out there right now, but yep, it's right in front of it. Yeah, I don't think we're quite in. I agree. I don't think we're quite in that sweet spot yet where it would just be that much brighter, but not so much that it would get in the way of everything else. Um, yeah, I agree. I think it would be cool to live in a time where it's just a tad closer. When I went out there to check, it was above. Let me go see how the camera would see it, if it does at all. Oh, the camera's not seeing it yet because it's behind the 20-inch dome. It's above the tree line, but it's just behind the 20-inch. It'll probably emerge behind the 20-inch dome there before I close down. The clouds stayed away though, for the most part. Like we got maybe 20 to 30% covered up. Excuse me. Ugh. You know, I'm not sure that that one there is because when I checked Starwalk, like that app I use, and that's the only reason I know is uh, because of that. I saw that Venus was trailing the moon tonight. I think that is that's Taurus the bull there, and that bright one would be that's the bright one in Taurus. Can't remember. Taurus Aldebaran. That's right. Because I'm pretty sure Venus will show up much bright. Let's see. Yeah, Venus is going to show up at a visual magnitude of negative 3.9. Mars currently, which is showing up, Mars is showing up nice and bright in the sky right now. Mars shows up at a negative 1.2, so it's going to be significantly brighter than Mars when Venus comes about. Oh yeah, yeah. Those are another fun thing to watch out for. I think the first picture I ever, uh, one of the first pictures I took with a DSLR was of like an iridium flare, and I thought I caught a meteor, but then like I had also realized I observed that sort of quick reflection off of something in the sky, and it lasted longer than a meteor. So I knew that they're tricky things when you're photographing them because they will make they do uh, share many similarities with the long exposure of a meteor. Yeah, that can be fun. What temperature? How cold can it drop? 62. That's not too bad. I'm gonna turn on my heated seats in my car though. I think when I get home. It's more like it's like relatively cooler right now compared to what we've been experiencing. Of course, like it's not that cold, but oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's neat. Satellites can be fun too. Absolutely. Yeah, I just don't know if we're ever gonna get this elusive fireball that we've been waiting for. It's too bad. Cross your fingers. Maybe we'll get one, like you said, you're just thinking about wrapping up and then boom, boom. Let's have a big boom. Maybe I'll go grab my 360 cam. Or at least stop it from running through its intervals. Is it still going? Oh, it is still going. Jeez. And I put it on 20-second exposures. 20 seconds, 3-second interval. Yeah, I guess it did have enough storage in it. But yeah, I'll go grab that. That's my only other camera besides this boat, and I'd like to pack that one up too while I'm thinking about it. With that packed up, I might be able to go a little bit. Oops, I'm getting caught in my cord here. That would be good. Alright, next one down. Various shaped tripods. Here's some more wispy things coming in. Still have some good battery life on my power bank. That's good. I'm surprised the moon hasn't come out. It's just about to, I think. Just about to. pop out from behind the clouds there. Or not the clouds, the dome. Oh, jeez. Guess I can unplug this too. Dropping that. Here. Yeah, it really did. It took a while for it to finally show itself. And like it's always amazing to me how different the difference of a few nights makes with moon glow. Even like even with the haze over there, like if we were at third quarter, it would be like with all that haze, it would be a massive glow in that area of the sky. Well, similar to the other nights we had. These clouds are really cool. I like them. I mean, I don't like clouds ever usually, but as far as how they're looking in our image, I don't mind it. A meteor, a fireball would still get through that, no problem. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Yeah, yeah, it's our concluding event for sure for the Perseids, and I think this is a sign that yeah they. I mean, it's not like it's impossible that they'll have another brief flare up at some point. I'm sure that's you know that can happen, but I think for us this definitely seems like it concludes our coverage of them, and maybe I'll spot a couple when I'm up here next, testing the equipment out. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the future showers. They have dropped off quite a bit. This is I really was impressed with what we were seeing at the beginning. It seemed like it was the best we'd had at the start of our stream, but yeah, they really fell off a cliff. Yeah, I think I do have to uh, call it a night. Oh, I went 10 minutes beyond where I was going, so I can just finish packing up and head on home. Uh, yeah, I guess I will call it officially, especially since I'm actually still streaming. I think at this point. So yeah, I see we still have 8 people watching, so thank you all for continuing to tune in, and uh, this concludes our coverage of the Perseids and this meteor shower. We'll look out for more showers and more celestial events to share with you, and put together some nice telescopic sky tours as well. So, with that said, have a good evening, and we shall see you next time. Thanks, Blue. Thanks for tuning in as always. All right. Have a good morning, everyone.